Yeah, Srpt hopefully will be boring, but if they say much about next quarter, that'd be interesting. We sold 4 systems. What the heck? They sold 2 systems in Europe, but revenue for the year was 2.4 million in Europe. What the hell does that mean? 6.7 bookings. Make sure you subscribe.
Choose anybody else? I'm on DL software. Should I be on something else? I thought I'm on Ethernet. I don't have to be on Wi-Fi, right? Should I turn off Wi-Fi? Might be YouTube.
I will be clenching carefully. For tonight's earnings. Okay, and then there's, okay, this award is different. This is the award that I saw. September. Okay. Now, I straight lined the award, but perhaps it's going to be bulky in certain deliverables for this quarter coming. Okay, so here's the change in RPO. Should be basically bookings, right? They're at the low end of guidance for, wait, never mind.
there. But then something went wrong. Revenue was flat year over year. Some of that maybe got pushed into Q2. How did RPO go down a ton? Does that make sense? I don't get that. Okay, that was the $22 million deal, or was it a new 22? It doesn't make sense to announce these deals and bookings go down. They stopped using the word bookings. Gotta love it. But I assume they knew what they were doing when they gave the 16 to 18 in guidance, so that wasn't some kind of LARP. Spy up 84 bips, Pharma's down, Quantum's down. Remember last quarter we got an early look at Ionq through a weird situation. They updated the website in some way. You want infinite canvas? You'll get it.
Sorry about that. Had an impromptu meeting. What's going on? $20.7? That's really good. 20.7 is good. No way he said this. Warren Buffett. This is in a press release. I gotta stop my analysis right here. Okay, so they got 27, which is pretty good. $80, what? They raised 25 to 29. That's also good. But it's all, fugazi kind of. It's all kind of fugazi stuff with respect to the whole okay, Peter Chapman's gone. Adios. $82 to $100, no mention of organic or inorganic. Sorry, man. We gave you a chance, Cody. We'd love to hear from you, but no, you can't just repeat yourself like an idiot. You got to say something of substance. Very interested and curious. Sounds cool, whatever you're cooking up. $250 million shares outstanding now. Lovely. But yeah, revenue's back on track. Don't really understand how cash went down. I guess they raised in Q3, but that's a little odd. I thought they've just been raising. Or even just acquiring cash or something. We're definitely joining the call. They don't have the no announcement of a partnership with Amazon. That might be what the street was wanting. Book value went up because of an acquisition. 6 months, they dropped 85 million. No, there weren't Amazon rumors. There was just that weird Amazon thing. There's not much to say about this one. I mean, it was kind of... It's not just inline, it was a little better than inline. I mean, it shows you that when they give guidance, you should sort of respect it, you know? So... Let's see how Srpt did. Cash flow positive quarter. That should help people not get so scared that the company's in some weird place on the balance sheet. It's doing fine. No guidance or anything for next quarter. No call. I took a very, very small cover because I went ham on it last night because of the Amazon thing. So I don't want it to be my biggest position, but after the Amazon thing, I thought it was all bullshit. So I took a small, I made a really big position. I got out of some of my other positions just to do that. So I was, It's now behind ATYR as a short for me, which is good, but it's still a huge short for me. It's like 30% position. Really big. I got in at 45. That was nice. And now it's a 40, so pretty quick, nice trade, but it looks like the battle of Ionq will continue. I don't understand why you would say money laundering. It doesn't make sense. I think Srpt was a little bit expected. Let's pull it up. I don't think anything's changed on Srpt. I think we knew that they would be. The one thing that might change is the street now sees that they're not in financial trouble, that everything was fine on that side, and it wasn't a big emergency or anything. Do they not disclose the revenue? Maybe you want to be sensitive at this time. Got a patient dying, you don't want to be crowing about how much your drug sold. Let's see, they said 611. Let's see, 611. It might be like 10Q. They file 10Q, yeah. Let's go look at that. Products were 513, right in line. I think that's basically what we're supposed to be. Collaboration was 97, which is quite a lot, which is not a gap relevant thing. R&D was 204 million. Again, not all cash. SG&A 300. I'm sorry, 137. So gap profitable, which is pretty impressive. But again, we have some adjustments to make there. Levis, it's funny, I had nothing in my model, but it's going to come back and probably do pretty well. Let's see here. Yeah, so they're going to grow through the Levitus crisis, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Now, they may not meet that Q4, because that Q4 is a little bit wacky. I don't think the Ionq, there's really nothing, unless the Ionq explains what the inorganic is. I mean, I like how Shai, or whatever his name was, he tried to be like, why does it matter? Like, well, if you stop working on quantum computing to buy a bunch of laundromats, you can grow your inorganic, but do I really have to explain Finance 101 to you? Street loves inorganic revenue growth. It's the best.
So yeah, Srpt made 200 this quarter. Profit. Think about that. Hey, thank you, bud. So at this run rate, Srpt is trading at 3 times earnings. Some crazy shit like that. I gotta go in the call. Listen to the boss. Damassi. Oh. Fine.
Which is a non-GAAP financial measure. While the company believes this non-GAAP financial measure provides useful information for investors, the presentation of this information is not intended to be considered in isolation or as a substitute for the financial information presented in accordance with GAAP. You are directed to our press release for a reconciliation of adjusted EBITDA to its closest comparable GAAP measure. During the call, we will discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. These comments are based on our predictions and expectations as of today. Actual events or results could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those mentioned in our 10-Q that we have filed with the SEC today. We undertake no obligation to revise any statements to reflect changes that occur after this call, except as required by law. Now, I'll turn it over to Niccolo de Masi, Chairman and CEO of Ionq.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I would like to begin today's call with an update from our board, which earlier today announced my appointment as chairman. Peter Chapman, our previous chairman, has now stepped down from his position at Ionq. I want to thank Peter for his longtime service to Ionq over the last 6 years and wish him the very best in his retirement from Ionq. I'm honored to receive this further vote of confidence in me by the board as Ionq continues to extend its leadership in quantum computing and quantum networking. As I take on these additional responsibilities, I'm excited to continue executing on our strategic priorities and extending Ionq's leadership position in the quantum era. Ionq is experiencing incredible momentum, and I've never been more confident in our potential as we have look ahead. With that, let's get into our latest results. We had an exciting quarter at Ionq. Revenue beats the top end of guidance by 15%, and we completed the largest capital raise from a single institution in the quantum industry, growing our net cash position by $1 billion. While our CFO will detail last month's investment from an affiliate of Susquehanna in greater detail, the $1 billion investment was closed at a premium to the prior market close. It is an endorsement
With
of what
warrants.
we've achieved thus far and are poised to deliver in the coming quarters and years. This quarter, we significantly expanded our global footprint, solidifying our role as the partner of choice by countries building their quantum economies. We signed an MOU designed to advance quantum computing in Japan with AIST's GQAT, the country's premier R&D center for quantum and AI. We were also recently named the primary quantum partner by South Korea's KISTI Institute to build their National Quantum Center of Excellence. In the US, we announced a $22 million deal to build the first commercial quantum computing and networking hub in America with EPB, a pioneering power and telecommunications company. Additionally, our partnership with the US government continues with our selection by DARPA to help inform quantum industry standards. Beyond building these ecosystem partnerships, we are proving our value on critical commercial applications. For example, we launched a world-first collaboration with AstraZeneca, AWS, and NVIDIA that demonstrated a 20x performance speedup for a key drug development workflow, showcasing practical quantum advantage. Ionq is also tackling critical national energy issues in partnership with Oak Ridge National Laboratory and the U.S. Department of Energy. We have developed a new hybrid quantum classical computing approach that helps determine the optimal schedule for power generators to meet electricity demand at minimal cost. This accomplishment establishes a clear path for our systems to address the staggering 60% of energy currently lost due to grid inefficiencies. As we continue shaping the global quantum landscape, my prepared remarks today will focus on 2 key areas. First, our tremendous strategic progress, and second, the strides we're making to attract the world's top quantum talent. I'm pleased to report that our strategy has progressed rapidly and gained considerable momentum this past quarter. By our acquisition of LightSync and planned acquisition of Oxford Ionq, we have created the most advanced, accelerated, and powerful quantum computing roadmap in the world. As we outlined on our webinar on June 9th, we believe the combination of Ionq hardware and software prowess, Oxford's implementation of an ion trap on a chip, provides the team IP technology momentum to achieve 800 logical qubits in 2027 and 80,000 logical qubits in 2030. We already have a manufacturing center in Seattle, and with the anticipated addition of Oxford Ionq in the UK, we have an additional site to expand both core computing R&D and manufacturing for EMEA. We also announced the close of our acquisition of Capella in July, representing a significant step forward in recognizing our vision of a space-based quantum key distribution network. Frank Backes, CEO of Capella, will speak to this in more detail shortly. All of my colleagues, both veteran and new, are tremendously excited about the power of our talent density and combined capabilities. There is room for upside in our roadmap as we continue to integrate and operationalize our technologies. But best of all is the truly fantastic combination of low bill of material costs and near limitless extensibility. These attributes of Ionq patents pending, ensuring winning unit economics at every stage of the quantum revolution. Our roadmap assumes on Oxford Ionq chips to someday have 10 million ion traps on a single chip. Then, using Ionq's modular scaling approach, we will break the single processor barrier. By connecting two quantum processors via LightSync photonic interconnect technology, we plan to scale to tens of millions of logical qubits and deliver immense computational power. Ionq's founders have been working on ion traps since the mid-1990s. We find that many announcements from competitors today reflect the progress our founders had made by 2010 or even as far back as 2001. Our lead enabled us to put our machines on all major hyperscaler public clouds in 2021. Today, we have developed applications aimed at delivering commercial advantage for customers and partners such as NVIDIA, AWS, AstraZeneca, Ansys, General Dynamics, Oak Ridge, and many more. We are vertically integrated with decades of engineering improvements under our belt and decades more to come. The beautiful thing about Ionq's quantum computers is that they have worked since before we went public, and we've sold powerful systems for running real-world applications that customers are taking advantage of today. We expect our bill of materials cost to remain in the 8 figures even when we have 80,000 logical qubits and millions of physical qubits. We think constantly about unit economics, as the history of computing shows that smaller, energy-efficient, easily operable, low-cost computers always win. It is, of course, also enormously helpful to have the most powerful and useful computers as well, ones that have the highest fidelity and the lowest errors, so the most impactful applications can run on them. We also made very tangible progress on delivering our AQ64 benchmark, the primary technical milestone we set for 2025, and all indications are that it will be reached in the near term. Meanwhile, our quantum networking vision has expanded considerably this past quarter with the acquisitions of ID Quantique, Capella, and LightSync. We believe our quantum networking solutions will be table stakes, not only in a world where RSA encryption can be cracked by quantum computers, but also today to protect against the best resourced classical cybersecurity foes. Capella extends both our quantum computing and quantum networking vision into space in a critical race to secure our nation against global bad actors. Our networking products are production grade and are used by some of the world's household name financial services, telecom, and government agencies. Ionq quantum networking offers the ultimate in communication security. It's based on a simple law of physics. Any attempt to eavesdrop on the quantum channel disturbs the signal, guaranteeing immediate detection. This isn't just a better firewall, it's a better paradigm that provides our customers with absolute certainty that their communications lines are secure, something no classical system can offer. Moving on now to talent. I'll begin with the wonderful news that our co-founder, Dr. Chris Monroe, has assumed the role of Chief Scientific Advisor. He holds the current world record for remote entanglement generation in trapped ion technology. an achievement that opens the door to scalable quantum networks. He'll be spending significant time with our other world record holder in this area, Dr. Mihir Bhaskar, former CEO and co-founder of LightSync. Dr. Monroe, of course, also previously held the world record for qubit fidelity, a record currently held by Dr. Chris Ballance at Oxford Ionq. It's of course both exciting and delightful that Ionq now has world record holders in all our key scaling vectors collaborating on a daily basis to accelerate our momentum towards full fault tolerance. On the networking side, we're also very pleased that ID Quantique's founder, Dr. Grégoire Ribordy, will remain in his role post-close to continue building on his 20 years of leadership in quantum networking. Based in our Geneva office, Dr. Ribordy is a giant of the QKD space and has been shipping ever more impressive generations of his quantum networking equipment for over a decade now. World-renowned quantum researcher and industry figure Dr. Marco Pistoia joined us from JPMorgan Chase, where he previously ran all technology research at the biggest bank in the world. Dr. Pistoia is uniquely able to support our global efforts in financial services from both quantum computing and networking perspectives. Dr. Rick Muller has joined us to head up quantum computing systems development. As many of you know, Dr. Muller was formerly the director of IARPA, our nation's Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Activity Organization, which is tasked with leading high-risk, high-payoff research for the intelligence community. Dr. Muller is also a distinguished researcher, originally from Caltech, with over 20 years of experience at Sandia National Labs. Finally, I'm excited that Paul Dacier has joined the company as Chief Legal Officer and Corporate Secretary for Ionq. For over 26 years, Paul was the General Counsel of EMC Corporation, where he was instrumental in driving significant growth for the company. During his tenure, revenue grew from $170 million to $25 billion in 2016. Employees grew from 750 to 68,000, and the company's market cap grew from $100 million to $55 billion. As I've said before, I believe talent is the proverbial Warren Buffett weighing machine most relevant to any company's long-term prospects. It's tremendously validating and an outstanding vote of confidence in Ionq's progress to have such towering world-class talent depart from highly respected roles to become our colleagues at Ionq. With the support of our market-making talent, our customer ecosystem continues to grow as we build the world's leading quantum computing and networking offerings. We expect to derive our long-term success from our ability to land and expand with both our computing and networking solutions. As a final comment, with the strongest balance sheet thus far in Ionq history, we have the ability to continue leading, pioneering, and growing our ecosystem in both quantum computing and quantum networking worldwide. I now hand you over to Jordan Shapiro, President and General Manager of Ionq Quantum Networking, who will touch on our networking highlights this quarter.
Thank you, Niccolo. I'm excited to share that after announcing the formation of our quantum networking division last quarter, we are already making significant progress in positioning Ionq as the leading provider of the quantum internet. The takeaways for today are as follows. 1. Quantum networking provides the ultimate in cybersecurity today for customers intent on long-term security for data transmission, protecting against sophisticated classical threats from bad actors worldwide. Quantum key distribution, or QKD, is the only provably secure protection against potential future hacking attempts made by quantum computers. 2. Ionq's QKD products are the only ones in the world to have any form of formal security certification. 3. Ionq is the only company offering commercial quantum networks at scale today that leverage quantum entanglement, meaning they can be used to connect quantum computers and other quantum devices. 4. Ionq's quantum computers are the only systems that are being developed with quantum networking built in. As Niccolo mentioned, our QKD products are already being used in production by leading governments, financial institutions, telecom providers, energy companies, and enterprises. Customers buy QKD because it is the only technology that uses the principles of quantum physics to ensure that no one can steal their data. Software techniques, like post-quantum cryptography algorithms, while offering some protection, are not provably secure. Over time, their security is decreasing and vulnerabilities are rising. Our customers trust Ionq because our QKD products are already manufactured at scale, fit into a 1-unit high rack-mountable server, and are used every day to protect information across the globe. Moreover, our cutting-edge Clavis devices produced by ID Quantique received the world's first ever security certification for QKD earlier this year via South Korea's National Intelligence Service. Meanwhile, Ionq is the only company building the quantum internet at commercial scale. We are working with customers to bring all forms of quantum edge devices onto our quantum networks, from security endpoints to quantum computers. Ionq customers will soon be able to cluster quantum computers for extremely powerful processing, send ultra-secure data from one quantum computer to another, and seamlessly transmit data from quantum sensors to quantum computers. A key milestone in this roadmap is our ability to build quantum networks over standard telecom fiber, which requires technology to convert wavelengths from these quantum devices to wavelengths compatible with classical networks. We are working on that technology with customers today and expect to be the first company in the world to achieve it. Across all dimensions, the infrastructure for the quantum internet is being built here at Ionq. Now, I'd like to hand the call over to Frank Backes, CEO of Capella.
Thank you, Jordan. As both Jordan and Niccolo have highlighted, we are witnessing a revolution in the global computing and networking landscape driven by the maturation and deployment of quantum technologies. Today, I'd like to offer the perspective of the space sector on how quantum-enhanced space systems and sensors are poised to transform the future of computing and networking infrastructure, integrating advanced capabilities into everyday applications. Newly a part of Ionq, Capella is focused on taking quantum technologies into orbit. We design, manufacture, own, and operate a proliferated constellation of low Earth orbit satellites that we plan to outfit with quantum communication devices, quantum sensors, and one day, quantum computers. We believe that our quantum-enabled satellites will be highly differentiated in the market, paving the way for a new generation of ultra-secure, extremely powerful computing and networking infrastructure with a global footprint. Capella has already proven we can put production-grade satellites into orbit. Today, we are producing streams of Earth observation data with a constellation of satellites that operate day or night through clouds and in other challenging conditions, bringing critical information to leading defense, government, and enterprise customers. Ionq will be expanding Capella's proliferated low Earth orbit constellation to meet global demand. The integration of Ionq technologies means we will be able to collect and process data in never-before-seen ways and transmit that data in a way that is provably secure, even from the threat of quantum computers. We are committed to pioneering the new frontier of quantum technologies in space, providing our customers with an accelerated path to secure, high-performance, and resilient solutions for the future. Now I'd like to hand the call over to Thomas Kramer, Ionq's CFO.
Thank you, Niccolo, Jordan, and Frank. It has been truly an exciting quarter on the commercial front, and our financials are no exception. Let's walk through this quarter financial results in more detail. As Niccolo mentioned, we had a fantastic quarter, recognizing revenue of $20.7 million, beating the high end of our guidance by 15%. In addition, we are making new investments to accelerate our roadmap, as well as entering new segments of the market, and we expect to continue to invest in the ecosystems that support our customers. Accordingly, we saw an adjusted EBITDA loss for the second quarter of $36.5 million compared to a $23.7 million loss in a prior year period. To understand the key drivers behind that number, let's turn to our expenses. Total operating costs for the second quarter were $181.3 million, up 201% from $60.3 million in the prior year period, but within our plan for the year. To break this down further, our research and development costs for the second quarter were $103.4 million, up 231% from $31.2 million in the prior year period. Recall that we are investing heavily in R&D and growing our R&D headcount to support our roadmap and customer commitments. Our sales and marketing costs in the second quarter were $10.9 million, up 77% from $6.1 million in the prior year period. This increase was due to us growing both our marketing and sales teams as we continue investing in our commercial efforts. Our general and administrative costs in the second quarter were $48.1 million, up 269% from $13.1 million in the prior year period. These increases were primarily driven by an increase in professional services and payroll-related expenses. All of this resulted in a net loss of $177.5 million in the second quarter, compared to a $37.6 million net loss in the prior year period. Accounting for warrants can be confusing, so we have always pointed out the impact they have on our results. This Q2 loss includes a non-cash loss of $39.6 million for the second quarter related to the fair value of our warrant liabilities. This is a pure accounting artifact that is not representative of the operating performance of our business. These results also include growth in stock-based compensation expense related to our headcount growth, which was $99.2 million for the second quarter, compared to $21 million in the prior year period. This elevated stock-based compensation expense was due primarily to incentives issued to newly acquired and hired employees. Turning now to our balance sheet. Cash equivalents, and investments as of June 30th, 2025, were $656.8 million. As we announced previously, in July we raised $1 billion in an equity offering priced at a 25% premium above our closing price for the prior trading session. This investment, to our knowledge, is the largest investment by a single investor into quantum computing and networking, and we are honored to be the recipient. The equity offering also included 7-year warrants at $99.88 per share, a strong indication of confidence in Ionq's longer-term prospects. Our pro forma cash balance as of July 9, 2025 was $1.6 billion, making Ionq the most well-capitalized pure-play quantum provider in the market today. Continuing now to our financial outlook, we are increasing our revenue guidance for the full year 2025 to be between $82 and $100 million, and expect revenue for the third quarter to be between $25 and $29 million. Last quarter, we projected an adjusted EBITDA loss of $162 million for the full year 2025. Pending the close of the Oxford Ioniq acquisition, we anticipate that integration and our continued investments into accelerate our roadmap will result in an increase to our cost base for the year. We envision this will widen our adjusted EBITDA loss up to 30%, or a total of $211 million. Now back to you, Niccolo.
Our customer ecosystem now includes not only the winning quantum computing roadmap, but also the clear global leader in quantum networking. We in fact expect our unit economics advantage in the fully fault-tolerant era to be 1 to 2 orders of magnitude lower than competitor efforts. Ionq has commercialized considerably faster than startups who do not have our 30-year heritage. We were first to operate on all 3 of the Google, Amazon, and Microsoft public clouds 5 years ago. Looking forward, we believe our unit economic advantages will underpin Ionq's long-term market share leadership. Ionq also intends to accelerate its investment in our application roadmap, which we outlined in our June 9th webinar. Given our unparalleled unit economics at scale, we have a clear opportunity in the coming years to profitably address long hypothesized quantum classics, such as the traveling salesperson problem as well as Shor's algorithm. I'll now turn this over to the operator for Q&A.
Thank you. We will now begin the question and answer session. To ask a question, you may press star, then one on your touchtone phone. If you are using a speakerphone, please pick up your handset before pressing the keys. If at any time your question has been addressed and you would like to withdraw your question, please press star, then two. At this time, we will pause momentarily to assemble a roster. The first question comes from Quinn Bolton with Needham & Co. Please go ahead.
Hey guys, congratulations on all the progress again this quarter. I guess I wanted to start with the revenue that came in better than expected. That's great to see. You guys are diversifying the revenue stream now with the quantum key distribution and quantum networking efforts, and I was wondering if you could give us some sense how much revenue are you starting to generate from the non-quantum computing efforts in the business, and then I've got a follow-up.
So thank you for those words and a great question. We are continuing to deliver on our plans for the year, and the beat on this quarter was primarily due to two projects for existing customers where we've been able to accelerate the pace of implementation.
And were those mostly on the quantum computing side, or could that include like the Air Force Research Lab on quantum networking? Just some sense on the mix. Is it still predominantly quantum computing?
It's an excellent question, but as we've said in previous quarters, many of these projects, and particularly the AFRL one, contains both sides of the coin. It's quantum computing and networking.
Got it. The second question is, you guys, on the, I guess in June announced the acquisition of Oxford Ionics. You were selected for the DARPA quantum benchmarking program back in early April, and I guess as you guys have pivoted the roadmap now or accelerated the roadmap with Oxford Ionics, can you just sort of address how are you feeling about progressing from stage A to stage B in QBI?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to take this. It's Niccolo. Well, look, the fantastic thing about the talent density and the technology that we've assembled at Ionq is that Oxford Ionics itself was also put into the DARPA QBI initiative earlier this year. So Ionq is in a fantastic position overall. Both ourselves and our announced acquisition, obviously are considered fantastic businesses in their own right. On a combined basis, we think it's, of course, an even stronger offering. So I think it's safe to say that we continue to progress as two shots on goal, if you will, until the acquisition closes. But once it closes, we'll be progressing as a single unified roadmap that we think is extremely powerful when you think about not just how many logical qubits we're going to have, pretty soon, but also the unit economics involved. We feel very good about our prospects, both in Phase B and ultimately in Phase C.
Excellent. And maybe last, Niccolo, just any update on the timing of the close on Oxford Ionics? Could you just give us an update where you are on any regulatory approvals that you need? Do you still expect to close that transaction later in calendar 25?
Yeah, we absolutely do still expect it to close later. This is, of course, subject to regulatory approval in the UK, and that is proceeding constructively, but we are not able to give a precise date, on this call, although I think it's safe to say that both Oxford and Ionq, of course, look forward to it closing as soon as possible.
Excellent. Thank you.
The next question comes from Troy Jensen from Cantor Fitzgerald. Please go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, congrats on all the progress and milestones here.
Thank you.
Hey, so Niccolo, maybe for you, first of all, 80,000 logical qubits by 2030. At that level, can you just talk about, what type of encryption are you guys cracking, or, how advanced is the the quantum computer at that point?
Yeah, I mean, Troy, I think we have the leading logical qubit roadmap, bar none, on a global basis. And I say that not only because of the sheer number of logical qubits, but also, the cost of a machine of that size, which is very low compared to competitors you might run into, Troy, that probably will have machines that will cost 10 or 100 times more for a similar number of logical qubits. We published an application roadmap on June 9th at our webinar, and we showed you every year on our roadmap what we can do from an applications perspective. So we're showing you what we can do, even at 1,500 logical qubits. We're showing you what we can do, at 10,000 logical qubits, and we're showing you can do, of course, at 80,000. What I think I would highlight is these are just the known application areas that we've identified that we already are working on. As you've seen throughout the compute space, Troy, from CPUs to GPUs to now our QPUs, much of the upside in value comes from problems, that you haven't thought of addressing yet, and it kind of emerges, if you will, as an emergent phenomenon as you start solving problems with ever more doubly exponentially powerful machines, as Ionq has. So I think there's tremendous upside in the app roadmap from quantum AI and quantum machine learning in particular. We've already made some industrial AI applications as far back as World Quantum Day on April 13th, 14th, earlier this year. We're continuing to make progress with a number of partners, not just in the AI space, but of course in the drug discovery space. You saw announcements from us on protein folding, as well as, of course, with AstraZeneca. You've seen announcements with partners looking at the energy grid and optimizations there, and of course we work closely with the Electric Power Board of Tennessee and Oak Ridge National Labs already. So I think it's safe to say that we've got a commanding lead in solving useful applications today, even on just 36 qubit systems. Imagine where we're going to be, in the next year and a half, 2 years, as we move to 256 qubits and at some point soon 10,000 physical qubits in combination with our friends at Oxford Ionics. It unlocks a whole world, frankly, of value add for every industry category we're in already today. We think that you can start to do useful Shor's algorithm work, probably in the 2027 time horizon. If you look at our roadmap, low thousands of logical qubits starts to become interesting for us on the encryption cracking front. The traveling salesperson problem, I believe, is about 1,000 logical qubits as well. And so a lot of work in logistics optimizations will get unlocked in the next 18 months or so. Obviously, I think I've said this to you before, Troy, our app team is growing as quickly as we can find the talent. We recognize that, it's a unique set of skills to be able to run quantum applications on our machines and then translate those for each of the verticals that have slightly different problems that we've gone after. But as I mentioned in my prepared remarks, it's a key investment area for us. So we recognize that the path for growth for us goes right through our applications in all these different areas.
Great answers. Thank you for that. Just like a follow-up and kind of coupling a couple of things together here. Just can you talk about just the acquisitions you've done? I think it's like 6 now. Integrating all these businesses. I've seen companies struggle doing 1 or 2 acquisitions. You guys doing a lot at the same time here. You got a lot of money now on your balance sheet. Thoughts on kind of more consolidation, or if you just address that topic, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have a couple things. So, I've made more than 50 acquisitions in my career as a public company leader across, over a dozen public companies. And so I like to think we get better at these things over time. You heard from Frank Backus, who's actually on this call. Frank and I were very focused on cultural fit early on. We're all professional managers of our firm. We both want to make the industrial logic work. It's the same with Oxford Ionics and LightSync and our friends at Qubitekk and Entangled Networks, from earlier this year and last year. And what we're finding actually is, 1 plus 1 doesn't just equal 3, it equals, 13 or 30. And there is mutual curiosity when we merge with, new entities. Everyone is aligned and, of course, taking, stock in an enlarged Ionq. And so everyone's able to both work together to rally on our biggest revenue opportunities, but also to continue growing, their business in its own right. So we're investing in the infrastructure we need to make sure integrations go well. We've got experience on it, whether it's IT through to the actual technical roadmaps, and of course the soft side, if you will, of making sure that people have similar cultural definitions and understandings of success. But honestly, we don't lose any sleep about this because there is so much to gain together. The teams are proactively excited and reaching out to one another and doing the integration, honestly, on their own in a lot of ways. So yeah, look, we will continue to monitor the landscape. We now have, two big growth vectors for our business, right? Computing and networking. Networking we're doing both on the ground, but also ground to space, space to space, and space to ground, the most vulnerable pieces of our communications infrastructure. And I think we're finding that new opportunities are unlocking themselves, frankly, every week. We have put together a unique asset in business here, right? No one else in the world can do networking on the ground, in space, and computing. And right now, sovereign nations in the friendly world want more of everything that Ionq has to offer. And so, we're supply limited, not demand limited, if that makes sense.
Yeah, great. All right, guys, keep up the great work.
Thanks, Troy.
The next question comes from Joe Moore with Morgan Stanley. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. I wanted to ask about Chris Monroe coming back. I am getting, kind of questions about it. It seems like it's great news. He's obviously, you characterized his capabilities, but it caused some consternation when he left. And just maybe if you could address, just is there anything to sort of read into the fact that he left and then came back now? Thank you.
Well, it's Niccolo. I'd like to say that there's something to be read into all of the tremendous talent that's joined IQ in the past quarter. So, whether it's Rick Muller or Marco Pistoria, Chris Monroe, Paul Dacier, we've also added a long list, actually, of VPs to the business in the last quarter in areas from, business development through to actually acquisition integrations. And so I think everyone is recognizing that, A's want to work with A's, and talent success helps attract, yet more of it. I think Chris, spending more time with us is a tremendous vote of confidence, not just in our computing roadmap, but also our networking roadmap. I think it speaks very highly of what he thinks about Chris Balance and Mihir Bhaskar as well. And I think you're seeing that, you've got 4 world records, if you will, held by individuals who are all at Ionq, both on the fidelity side as well as the networking side. And they want to continue pioneering the future together right here at Ionq, right? So we're excited to have everyone. We welcome ever more world-class talent. I think we've attracted some, in the organization that haven't been announced today, but continue to join us from nation's finest laboratories. And on a global basis, we're always on the lookout for the very best, most experienced everywhere from networking to computing to applications. So I'd say, look, in summary, it is, I think, vindication of our strategy. We're excited to have Chris here, and we're excited to have everyone else that we've announced today all working together, because we recognize that we're at the intersection of pioneering technology that has never done what we've done in the last decade or two, and the next 5 years, 10 years has even more to be built together.
Very helpful context. Thank you.
The next question comes from Richard Shannon with Craig-Hallum. Please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. This is Tyler on for Richard Shannon. I was wondering, can LightSync be ran at room temperature for compute or sensing purposes? And if so, what is the plan for those? And I'll let you go from there. I'll have a follow-up. Thank you.
This is Dean. So the overall technology that LightSync has in their quantum memories does require cryogenic, mild cryogenic temperatures to be able to achieve. And so they're similar to the cryogenic enhanced vacuum systems that are used in other trapped ion systems. And so It's not super exotic, but it does require lower temperatures to be able to realize that quantum memory.
Yeah, these
What was the second piece, Tyler?
we're always, developing the next generation of all of our hardware. So, as Dean put it, mild cryogenic, we hope becomes milder, and we hope the size also of these repeaters shrinks, and it should every generation also.
Yeah, and then just for you and everybody else, I do understand that diamond memories tend to be cryogenically cooled. I was just wondering if it wasn't cooled, would it be used for compute or sensing, or if it always had to be? But okay, and then when you're considering the combination of Oxford Ionics and Ionq, what is the plan with these two different processors? Are we keeping these separate, or are we putting these together? And then what are the goalposts for emergence? And if you can comment on Iceberg Quantum and how that relates to QBI.
So Tyler, on the two different technology stacks, we are absolutely integrating them together. As we look at our integration plans moving forward, right? Being able to, what Nicolo indicated, is putting more qubits on a chip, as well as the technology for the quantum memory and doing photon capture on those chips to be able to network them together. That is absolutely coupled technology on the computing side as we kind of scale out. Those different pieces come in at different parts of our roadmap as we move out to thousands and millions of qubits, but they're definitely intertwined as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. And I'll hop back in the queue for now.
Thank you. The next question comes from David Williams with Benchmark. Please go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone, and congrats on all the really great progress. And I guess maybe first, Nicolo, can you kind of run through, just kind of given how much progress you've had, all the exciting things that's going on at Ionq, is there a way you'd kind of rank order what gets you most energized and maybe where you're most excited?
There's so much goodness going on in the last 6 months. I don't actually think of it that way. I think that we're in the business of quantum in every sense. And quantum for us is both on the compute side and the networking side. And we care about having the leading technical roadmap on both sides of the house. We also care about being the leading commercialization player, or partner, if you will, on both sides of the house. And we believe that the interconnection of the two provides a moat that is very difficult to counteract or surmount if you are a competitor of ours. The fact that we can build the world's best quantum networks, quantum computers, and we can build the repeaters, and we can maintain information security as it's transmitted between quantum computers, gives us a phenomenal range of solutions to sell to nations and Fortune 100 companies. If you look at the acquisitions we made and the talent we've attracted, you can see that we are investing on both sides of the house to do exactly what I said. We want to make sure we always have the leading technical roadmap.
Both sides of the house? What?
And to make sure we continue to win, market share. And we'll continue to invest to achieve, all 3 or 4 of those objectives. I've been delighted with every acquisition that we've, consummated since I assumed this position, and I've been really delighted with, the acceleration in global technical talent and talent in general that we've been able to attract. And we're just getting started here, right? I've been in this role for 6-7 months, on a full-time basis. And so, I think it bodes very well for the future. We want to carry on doing what we've done in the last, 2 or 3 quarters, and the next 2 or 3 quarters, and the next 20 or 30 quarters. The reality is, I think people tend to underestimate how much progress we're making on a monthly, quarterly, and annual basis. They tend to underestimate the progress that quantum, computing at Ionq is making because of the double exponential nature of improvements in every generation. And they underestimate the need for quantum networking because of the threats, if you will, from not just bad state actors in a classical sense, but because there are bad state actors that are working on, so-called Q-Day and cracking RSA 2048. And so both sides of our business, on the ground and up in space, are poised, I think, to have inflection points, in the coming quarters and years.
Great. Fantastic color there. And then maybe just for you, Thomas, given these acquisitions, how should we think about the OpEx trends and maybe the break-even point there? Is there a potential maybe to accelerate the path to profitability maybe faster than what you thought previously, just kind of given the different revenue bases and opportunities you have in front of you?
I think that our primary objective is to accelerate the roadmap and also to find and delight customers, because this is a giant space, and whoever gets there first, and we are the leading contender, will reap huge rewards. We obviously will take great care when we decide what to spend on, but right now we've been able to contract our roadmap so much that this will save us a lot of money in the long term.
Thanks so much, and best of luck on the quarter.
Yeah, look, I'd add to that. I think Thomas is spot on, right? I mean, when you look at competitor announcements that have come out subsequent to our June 9th webinar, you've seen big companies putting out announcements about being 5 years behind us, and I think they're the closer competitors, honestly, in the quantum computing space. It is a commanding lead that we have been able to build in the last 6 or 7 months.
The next question is from the line of Kevin Garrigan with Rosenblatt Securities. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi all. Let me echo my congrats on all the progress. Hey, going off of Troy's acquisition question, any other areas of the business you can point out where you might still be missing a piece of the puzzle?
Well, look, I mean, I always like to jokingly say that although I'm a physicist, I never finished a PhD, and so our superpower here is I'm not trying to defend my PhD dissertation at any point of the week. I'm happy to defend the PhD dissertations of our fantastic, engineering leadership and physicists that we've both hired and acquired, right? And so, we're in the early ages and era, if you will, of the quantum revolution, which is the biggest revolution in computing and networking, I think, since computing and networking got going, frankly, 80 years ago. And so as we become a bigger business, as Thomas Lloyd pointed out, where we see opportunities to bring roadmaps, in and move things to the left effectively on our roadmaps, we'll always look at that. We have a fully fledged vision, obviously, for the quantum internet that we talked about in the last couple of calls. And the quantum internet someday will be not only quantum sensors that are capturing information, but quantum computers that are processing that information, performing calculations, and quantum networks that allow you to transmit that information and keep it safe throughout the whole system. And so that overall vision is a North Star, if you will, for us. And we intend to be the leader in the quantum internet and all of its components as that plays out, and as there's an acceleration in spend, not just from governments, but from Fortune 100 and Fortune 1000 companies ultimately.
Okay, I appreciate that color. And then as a follow-up, I'm still getting a lot of investor questions regarding the intersection of quantum and AI. So wondering if you can give some details on the collaboration with AIST that is focusing on real-world quantum AI applications and what some of those applications are.
Well, let me talk more generally than just on AIST, right? So if you think about what we announced back in April, at World Quantum Day, we showed real-world industrial AI examples in categories like, reducing defects in steel, and of course, training generative adversarial networks to learn faster. And we're continuing to see great progress there, right? I mean, you can actually look at most of our application successes this year through the lens of machine learning. Whether you want to call that AI or brand that AI, depends both up to you and on the specific application. But I would argue that when you have 20x speedups in, computational drug design with NVIDIA, AWS, AstraZeneca, you're very much demonstrating machine learning and AI, through our quantum systems. The pieces of problems that we're able to, take down today and deliver quantum advantage on continue to expand. They are still pieces of problems and workflows as opposed to, a one-stop shop for a workflow from soup to nuts, from start to finish. And so you can see that we're collaborating with hyperscalers and the world's biggest GPU makers because we realize that together we can deliver the one-stop shop soup to nuts solution for companies in many verticals, right? And I think you'll continue to see that, frankly. So you'll see us partnering with industry expertise. You'll see us partnering, with GPU and cloud leaders, and you're also going to see, us expand the lens of subsectors that we were going to work in, from logistics to, a fair amount of pharma, into areas like financial services. We hired Marco Pistoia, who we're honored is working with us, not only because he's generated a lot of IP himself, but also because, of course, he knows more about the financial services industry and quantum computing and quantum networking than probably anybody on the planet, right? And the great thing about financial services is that ultimately, you don't need a lot of infrastructure to address really valuable problems really quickly. I talked back at the IPO about financial services and the fact that there's whole chunks of it that have been postulated for a decade or two to be perfect for quantum computers. We are now at the point whereby our quantum computers are big enough to start delivering that quantum advantage, at scale and at speed, frankly. And so, we are investing across the verticals that you've seen in our investor deck. We've tried to on prior calls, but we continue to look for new verticals. And the delightful thing about our quantum computers is we're finding they can deliver better answers earlier every time we approach a new vertical than was previously forecast. Right, and that'll continue to be a trend here. I think, early achievements, early signal detection, if you will, in every area, I think is going to be a hallmark of what you see in the coming quarters from us.
Got it. That makes sense. Okay, great. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you. To ask a question, you may press star, then 1 on your touchtone phone. The next question is from the line of Richard Shannon from Craig-Hallum. Please go ahead.
Hi guys, thank you for taking my follow-up. So how many QPU deployments are there between Ionq and Oxford Ionics worldwide? And considering you're securing data in flight, is there any plan to secure stationary data as well?
Yeah, so I think the short answer is we have sold all the systems that we've ever made at Ionq, and we continue to do that. Oxford, I think, has sold a system that has been publicly disclosed. I think it's safe to say that there's incredible demand for our 256 qubit system that's around the corner and our 10,000 qubit systems on a combined basis. The quantum networking question that you're asking about securing data on the ground, absolutely, right? I'll turn this over to my colleague Jordan, but we're also obviously selling entangled quantum networking solutions and QKD solutions, every day, and we've announced a number of the larger ones. But our businesses have already got quantum networks deployed, in places like Tennessee and Korea, and we continue to see incredible demand from household name financial services and telecoms organizations that recognize that, as I jokingly like to put it, our quantum networking solution customers are the ones that are not in the news for data breaches, right? And so I think as people recognize that increasingly, we'll see the demand and market penetration, skyrocket, honestly. And as soon as there is a whiff of a bad state actor, if you will, making any progress whatsoever on RSA 2488 cracking, I think you're going to see, orders of magnitude step changes in networking demand.
That's right, and that's data in transit, not data at rest. But that's where QKD offers a massively powerful advantage for our customers in defending, and it's a particularly weak point in their security architectures today, and one that we can help them shore up.
Awesome, thank you guys. And then with the combined companies between Oxford Ionics and Ionq, is there a way to run all of these gates in parallel? And how many of these could you do? Could you effectively run the whole system in parallel using the electrical control? And what does that effectively do to your gate speed? And then also, I just want to say, I'll get off after this, but congratulations on the roadmap with the logical qubit counts. That's definitely the largest I've seen.
Awesome. Well,
Thanks,
thank you for
Tyler.
that. I'm going to turn this over to Dean, but I think the good news is, the short answer is gate speeds are going up considerably as part of this roadmap and acquisition and merger. But Dean, over to you on the electrical control.
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. So overall, the electronic gate control and the overall move from kind of the 1D architecture to the 2D and just the inherent way those electronic gates work allows for just a massive, I would say, increase in parallelism that can occur as you execute 2-qubit gates. And so you can expect overall throughput to really go through a step change as you go and introduce high density kind of 2-qubit electronic gate control. And this is coupled with what, Niccolo was saying, is that it's also just inherently faster from a gate speed perspective. And so when you're working with the qubits in those qubit-based traps, they're just simply faster. And so those two coupled together represent just a massive, I would say, overall throughput increase that really just drives also the unit economics that Niccolo was also mentioning before.
Got it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'm going to wrap up by saying that we're pleased to have announced another quarter of progress here at Ionq. Just to recap a couple of our highlights. Firstly, we closed our quantum networking acquisitions of LightSync and Capella and announced the pending acquisition of Oxford Ionics, which accelerates our expected compute roadmap. We will achieve 800 logical qubits in 2027, 80,000 logical qubits in 2030, and I expect hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of logical qubits beyond that. Secondly, we're attracting and hiring world-class talent from all walks of expertise, which we believe is the greatest indicator of long-term success that we can provide. Thirdly, we raised $1 billion in additional capital to enable Ionq to maintain its decisive lead as a full-stack quantum computing and quantum networking company. Fourth, we expanded our global footprint with key government and commercial partnerships, including MOUs with Japan's AIST GQAT and South Korea's KISTI, and a world-first partnership with AstraZeneca, AWS, and NVIDIA, delivering a 20x drug development speedup. We're investing to proliferate our satellite constellation with a roadmap to quantum networking and computing in space. And last but not least, we beat the high end of revenue guidance for Q2 by 15%. We believe the steps we have taken in 2025 to date will ultimately set the stage for Ionq's long-term leadership in both quantum computing and networking, both of which we believe to be crucially important to the future of our country's national security and national economic security. With our closed and proposed acquisition and well-fortified balance sheet, we believe we have a clear path to millions and eventually tens of millions of qubits, leading to computing power previously unimaginable from a classical standpoint. Join us now and be the first to gain commercial advantage in your industry by leveraging the massive power of our quantum networks and computers. Thank you all for your time today, and have a great week.
Thank you. The conference has now concluded. Thank you for attending today's presentation. You may now disconnect.
Send us a picture. We have some breaking news about SiriusXM. They are canceling the Howard Stern show. Can you call it a cancellation when the guy's 71 years old and he's been doing it for 20 years? They say it's no longer worth the investment. They've been paying him $100 million a year. That is a huge salary. And that's what, 3-4 times Colbert? Wow, that's big. That's the power of radio, power of, the power law. He's done fantastically. So congrats to him.
He emerged
Howard,
during
if
a
you're
time
looking
when
for a new gig, you're welcome to come and hang out at the Ultra Dome. You can sit at the intern table next to Tyler, and we'll bounce ideas off you.
Yeah, it's wild. I really wonder where the SiriusXM business goes.
Th-
Right.
I know where this goes. Post AGI, you're going to listen to every hour of Howard Stern. I know you've listened to 0 hours, but there's probably 20,000 hours in the catalog or something like that of Howard Stern content. You could listen to it from the beginning.
Do people listen to the back catalog ever?
Absolutely not. But
Sirius
in the future,
XM is still
they
a
might.
$7 billion company.
Wow.
That's bigger than I would have thought.
I wonder, revenue, like how much of that cost. I mean, it makes sense to give him a huge slice of that. It is a talent-driven business, and he could go to Spotify. He could go somewhere else. My question is, like, he is old. Will he retire, or will he do a podcast
Wow.
or do something independent? Is there news?
Now, they
What?
They apparently did how much?
Okay, you look that up while I tell you about Wander. Find your happy place. Book a Wander with inspiring views, hotel-grade amenities, dreamy beds, top-tier cleaning, 24/7 concierge service. It's a vacation home, but better. Now,
So
Jordan,
they
give me
did
the update on-
8.
So if you're just and it just play Grateful Dead tracks, like there's probably some Grateful Dead fan who manages that and picks the songs and orders. I don't even know. I wonder. I want a new is maybe it's like Tim Dillon or something.
Content is on demand.
Yeah.
Whatever just happens to be playing Howard Stern. They're just going to ask what
Car that has Sirius XM and it doesn't have Spotify and Howard Sirius. Maybe they get someone new in the seat to fill that, but also, it's a lot of money to pay. So clearly it wasn't penciling out, so they had to move on. Anyway, X is now noticing when you take a screenshot, copy the link to beers in.
Nikita's.
It's just like a classic UI thing. I wonder what the actual
makes
he did, and then post. It's like, oh, that person of sharing information and content, and a lot of people still share links, but the screenshot is super lindy, and I don't see it going anywhere. So I mean, the good thing is that this doesn't block. Hey, do you want to actually share the link? I haven't actually run into this. I don't. I take a lot of screenshots of posts, but I do it on my computer, not on my phone. So anyway, and Preston continued for a decade. I don't know enough about TikTok features to know what he would port over, but I know he's a student of algorithms and a student of social apps, so I'm sure he'll.
All the different ways that people are like diverting attention and hacking it. It would make a lot of sense to just copy best practices from there. So I think this is a good take.
Yeah. Well, we have Mark Andreessen joining in about 10 minutes. If you have questions for Mark, throw them in the chat and we'll try and get to them during our interview with him. Ray Sullivan says, once the summer is over and Mistral is back to work, I'm sure they're going to be dropping some cool stuff. 1.6K likes. How do you even fight that? That's so rough. Just Europe is down bad in the memetic war.
I would be very interested to actually understand. We should have somebody on from Mistral talk about it. There are the meme that European founders and teams take off 8 weeks in the summer is extremely real. And it's not always a full 8 weeks. This
summer, we've taken 1 day off, July 4th.
Yeah.
And it's like extremely evident what's going on over here in America. We run a media company.
Yeah.
And it's like you're in the most aggressive fight ever. Not to say that Mistral is taking days off. I actually don't know about that company specifically, but I have seen some friends of the show proudly take time off.
I know I have friends that are European founders that have massive companies that are very successful, and their businesses allow them to take time off.
Totally.
They can go. They can have a nice vacation with family, friends, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They can maybe just dial down meetings quite a lot, and their businesses are going to be fine. They're probably still going to have great quarters. They're going to put up great numbers.
Yeah.
The issue with Mistral is you are competing with the entire world, world where if you're not at the frontier, you're not going to get usage.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't be surprised if Mistral said, hey, no Euro summer this summer.
But we don't know. I mean, we don't know that they took a summer. We don't know
That's what I'm
that
saying.
Mistral took time
I'm
off.
saying I wouldn't.
But yeah, I mean, there's also like there's the facts of the matter. Like you probably shouldn't take a huge vacation in the middle of the biggest fight over new technology in the past decade or two. Not that they are, but the other interesting thing is like the vibes and the aura farming that comes from doing things that show that you're working extra hard. So this is the Elon taking a meeting really late at night with a journalist in the room, and then that gets out and you see that, oh, he really was sleeping, the picture of the sleeping
XAI
bag.
team having tents
in the office. Another example is Mark Zuckerberg. Meta dropped Llama on a Saturday or a Sunday or something, and somebody asked Mark, why'd you drop it on a Sunday? He said, because that's when it was ready. And it was a little bit rough because Llama wasn't like fully ready to the full extent, but it just showed that they were trying to move as fast as possible very clearly.
Yeah.
And then similarly, Sam Altman and the OpenAI team, they dropped that IMO stuff at like 2 a.m. on a Saturday. And it was like, okay, there's like all this debate over, were they inside the stadium? Were they running in the parking lot outside?
Was it signed off?
Was it signed off or whatever? But you can't say that they weren't up late working. Like
That's true.
That's the one thing you can't say.
You can't say they didn't have that dog.
Yeah,
in them.
yeah, exactly. You can't say they didn't have that dog with them. They might not have been nice with it, but they definitely had the dog in them, right?
That's true.
It wasn't very nice with it to frustrate them.
Krishna here says the irony is that Mistral, the meteorological event the company was named after, mostly occurs in the winter and spring.
That's wild. The nominative
determinism strikes again.
Insane.
TJ Parker says the best Amazon
hit
leadership
it.
principle is write a lot, and it's not particularly close. Quote, leaders are right a lot. They have strong judgment and good instincts. They seek diverse perspectives and work to disconfirm their beliefs. Thought this was interesting. I thought it was a
typo.
A typo.
Because
I thought it
Amazon
meant write
famously writes a
write
lot, W-R,
Yep.
but this is R-I-G-H-T. They are correct a lot. Interesting.
Stuart says kind of true with VCs too. Feels like the best ones just have good sense broadly and pick really well. TJ says, yep. TJ has been right a lot himself. Created PillPack, sold it to Amazon for $1 billion. So pays to be right.
He's also been right a lot about his selection of timepieces. He's a fantastic collection of watches. Some of them are on display from time to time. And,
every now and then.
Yeah.
Andrew Reed says sector-focused VC firm called Specific Catalyst.
Okay. Andrew's been, he took Figma out at IPO. He's been on a generational run. He's backed like a dozen decacorns, potentially greatest allocator of this generation, doing very great. Getting a little cocky on the timeline. Coming for General Catalyst, making fun of their name. Coming for A16Z. You remember this? He said A16Z, the 16 doesn't count the space in the middle. So he's taking shots from his high perch. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, Andrew. Be careful, or else people are going to start asking questions about why you don't own Sequoia.com. And you don't want that to happen.
Whoa.
You know this?
Yes.
No, but
yes.
I think he's having fun. I don't think he crossed any lines, but it is funny because he's just like, I'm having a good time. Let me just fire off some jokes at the expense of my competitors. But
he's having
this
fun.
This is harmless. This is fun. I love this.
Yep, there's certainly plenty of VC firms formed to capitalize on a specific technological trend.
For sure.
And
specific
maybe one of them
catalyst would
should
be
be
good.
called
and maybe
highly specific
and maybe
catalyst
we'll ask,
capital.
And maybe we'll ask Mark to settle the debate. Is it A16Z or is it A17Z? Or is it like Wilmer Hale, where Wilmer Hale, the law firm, two names, there's no space in between Wilmer and Hale. And so if Wilmer Hale were to do the A16Z thing and abbreviate it, they would be correct.
Yeah.
So you never know. Maybe Andreessen Horowitz doesn't have a space in the middle.
Post here from Dan Toomey. Quote, I don't do drugs. Lame, weak, beta, childish. I don't touch the stuff. Refined, respectable, aged, wise.
It does sound like, yeah, you have experience. I don't touch the stuff.
Trump's line has never been big into that whole world.
Yeah. It really hits way differently when you say that. So yeah, kids, just say no. Just say you don't touch the stuff. It's great.
Post here from Carl Rivera over at Shopify. Being an angel investor is just a different way of subscribing to extremely expensive email newsletters. Yeah, you're oftentimes, basically giving somebody $25K for 5 to 10 years of monthly sends.
Don't we know an angel investor that writes like $1,000 checks to get
Just
the email
to get
updates?
just to get
and he
the update.
LPs and funds too, and then gets all of that information. He's just like a master of information collection.
We
It's
do.
wild
We certainly
alpha.
do. I had a portfolio company that I hadn't heard from for years. I got updates for a while after I invested, and I got pinged to sign some docs, and I assumed that the company was shutting down, and they got a massive acquisition.
Oh, acquisition! That's great.
Yeah, was an extremely pleasant surprise. Like normally, if you just the updates trail off, you know, things aren't going that well. But every once in a while, you get a really nice surprise.
That's great. Reads with Ravi says, great leaders think like farmers. Think like a farmer. Don't shout at the crops. Don't blame the crops for not growing fast enough. Don't uproot crops before they've had a chance to grow. Choose the best plants for the soil. Irrigate and fertilize. Remove weeds. Remember, you will have good seasons and bad seasons. You can't control the weather. Only be prepared for it. Very
Good
nice,
philosophy. Think like a farmer.
I wonder
think like an aura farmer.
Think like an aura farmer. Don't shout at the aura.
We still need to have this debate with Tyler around aura farming.
Well, I'm trying to get him to coin it, Cosgrove's Law.
I'm still writing it.
You're still writing the post?
I got to get it perfect.
Okay, yeah.
Because the tweet in and of itself is aura farming.
Exactly.
Right. So
it is. Yeah.
Kind of recursive in that way.
Same with Coogan's Law. Coogan's Law is a recursive coinage.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this could do really well. This has 1K likes written all over it.
It's happening.
And endless citations of Cosgrove's Law. So we will work on that. Merrill from Graphite says it's a massive week for his customers. Figma IPO'd at 36.3 billion, Ramp raised at 22 billion, and Clay raised at 3.1 billion. The future is being built with Graphite. Congratulations to all those companies. Congratulations to Graphite. You got an absolute murderer's row of clients. Congratulations.
Insane lineup.
Well, we have Mark Andreessen joining us. He's live from the TBPN Ultradrome. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, Mark?
Hey, what's happening?
Great to see you.
Yeah, you too.
A lot. It's a little bit of a slow news day, but exciting stuff with GPT, open source.
It's not a slow August.
It's not a slow August. We're glad. We were just reflecting that we've taken exactly one day off this summer. That was July 4th, and we're showing the Europeans how American companies work.
American work.
We're
ethic.
setting an example, and we have proof of work because we exist on the internet, and you can see us live every day. So we're setting an example. How are you doing? How's your summer going?
Fantastic, going really well. So how long is it going to be until you guys put up avatars that make claims that you're working hard all through the summer, but it turns out you're on the beach?
You might have caught us.
I think you'll know better than us as to when the technology gets there. We've been demoing some of the stuff. People have been doing a lot of deep fakes of us, and fortunately, all of them have been clockable, so it doesn't feel like a brand risk, but they're getting closer and closer. And I know that there's going to be a moment when we have to say, hey, that's actually using our name and likeness to endorse something that we don't necessarily endorse. Can you please take that down? So we're approaching the Turing test, the uncanny valley. We're escaping the uncanny valley.
I think a question, like looking back over the, maybe 10 or 15 years, was what moments did you feel like there just was not a lot of action happening? Because this summer is just the pace from so many different teams has been absolutely insane. Everybody's like trying to keep up. And it didn't used to feel that way, at least from my point of view.
So my view of it always is there's these disconnected, kind of patterns or trends. There's sort of the sort of day-to-day phenomenon where like engineers show up every day and they make things a little bit better. And then every once in a while, you get a technical breakthrough or a new platform. And that process, kind of this, kind of sawtooth, kind of up to the right kind of process kind of plays out over time, kind of regardless of what else is happening in the world. And so it keeps happening through recessions and depressions and wars and like all kinds of crazy stuff that's happening. But basically, the technology keeps getting better. So there's kind of that curve. And then there's the sort of enthusiasm curve and then the adoption curve, which is basically like, when do these things actually show up in the world? And then, by the way, when are people actually ready, for the new thing? Like if you talk to the people who worked on, I'm sure you guys have talked to people who work on language models, they will tell you that they were surprised that ChatGPT was the breakthrough moment because they thought everybody already knew what these models could do for, 3 years before that. And so they were shocked that it was the chatbot interface that made the thing go. And so there's somewhat of a sort of arbitrary disconnection between what's actually happening in the substance and then what people are seeing and feeling. And so it's just, it's really hard to predict when these things pop. But also, if you're in this day to day, it's really hard to tell, when things are going to be hot or not, because it doesn't necessarily map to how much the technology is improving.
Yeah, we were just talking about that in the context of Google's new world model. It's this like generative video game that you can kind of move around in, and it feels like DeepMind is just absolutely crushing at the AI research frontier. They have the best world model simulator that you can walk around in. The question is, like, if they let another lab do the ChatGPT thing and just get it out into the consumer 3 months earlier, they might wind up kind of chasing and trying to catch up if somebody actually figures out how to make it like a dominant consumer product. Now, in the enterprise, it's more oligopolistic, but consumer seems to be winner take all. I guess the question is, like, how much value do you place right now in the AI race to just like moving fast, breaking things, having like the thick skin to deal with like the safety constraints and all of the different stuff, obviously not being irresponsible, but just speeding up the organization as much as possible. It feels like now's the time to really push on that.
Yeah, well, first of all, I need to correct you. It's moving fast and making things. I don't know where
that's right.
I don't even know where that came from.
Yeah.
I have no idea what
never heard of it.
I mean, ChatGPT didn't really break anything. I think that's a good point. It really did just move fast and make things. The first things it made were weird, but that was fine. And it failed and it hallucinated a ton, but it didn't really break anything. I don't know.
I believe in this case, total deaths attributable to ChatGPT are still zero.
Zero.
So notwithstanding all of the caterwauling, but
yep.
Yeah. So look, I think the AI industry in particular has a very acute version of the sort of challenge that you identified with, and I don't say this negatively, just an observation, which is that they're, like in sort of a normal technology company, you've kind of got engineers who make products, and then you've got kind of salespeople or marketing people who sell them. In the AI companies, you have this third tier of the quote unquote researchers, right? And so which has worked out incredibly well. I mean, the researchers have done they've just done like amazing breakthroughs at these companies, but the handoff, there's not necessarily a clean handoff from the researchers to the market. And so it kind of raises this question of like, okay, like are these companies therefore kind of three segment companies where they have research and then they have product development, and then they have go to market. And I think that's a really open issue. I mean, if Google's kind of a case study of this, you alluded to DeepMind, but even more broadly, Google developed a transformer in 2017. And then they basically let it sit on the shelf, right? Because it was a research project. They didn't productize it. They were very worried about, from people I've talked to, they were very worried about the, brand issues and safety issues, kind of all these, they had all these reasons to not productize it. I talked to somebody senior who was there at the time, and I asked them, when could you have had ChatGPT with GPT-4 level output if you had just gone flat out starting in 2017? And they said by 2019.
Yeah.
They already knew how to do it, and then they've now caught up, but it took an extra 5 years to catch up. And so I think a lot of these companies kind of have that challenge. Elon, as usual, of course, is provoking this question, as I'm sure you guys talked about, but he has now, within XAI, he's now collapsed, he's eliminated the distinction between research and product. Yeah. And so, of course, he's pushing this as hard as he can. And I think it's a good question for a lot of these other companies, kind of how hard they want to push on actually getting these things in fully productized form out to the market.
Yeah. On Elon's like distinction, it feels like there is more research to be done, but it feels like we're entering like a new cycle of, just focus on the engineering, focus on the deployment, the applications. Let's get all this technology out into the world. Let's reap all that benefit. And yes, there will be a different track of fundamental research that's happening somewhere, but it's really, really hard to predict. And so if you have something that's working, just double down and just go really aggressive on it. I'm wondering more on that, but also on Apple's strategy. It feels like Apple's been kind of like, people have been maligning them for missing the AI opportunity. And Tim Cook's just there on the earnings call being like, look, we acquired a couple small companies and
this year.
7 companies. But then it seems like they're taking more of like an American dynamism approach. Like there was news today in the Journal that they're investing $100 million in American manufacturing. They're certainly doing stuff. They're just not chasing the shiny tennis ball.
Headline $100 billion capex.
Right? So I'm wondering about your thoughts on when you have when you have a platform, how hard is it to resist chasing the new shiny object? Is that the right move, or are there any other things that you think Apple should be changing their strategy on?
Yeah, so look, Apple's always had this, very clearly defined strategy that, Steve and Tim, working together figured out a long time ago, which is, I forget the exact term, but it's something like basically they invest deeply into the core of what they do. They'll basically work internally on things for many years. They only actually release things when they feel like they're kind of fully baked.
Yeah.
Right. And so as a consequence, they have this thing where, and Tim says this, right? They're rarely first to market with new technologies. They're more often in the category of what, Peter Thiel calls last to market. They'll come out whatever 3 years later, whatever 5 years later. There were tablets for years before the iPad. There were, smartphones for years before the iPhone.
Folding phones. They're about to do a folding phone. It's like 10 years into that technology. But I'm sure if they do it, they'll hit
the last
it.
mover.
Yeah. Sorry.
The last mover. And I guess, what I would say is like, look, that clearly works if you're Apple, right?
Yeah.
And so it clearly works if you're Apple. But I would say there's a fine line between that strategy and simply becoming obsolete, right?
Yeah.
And so the problem is, like, if you're not Apple, and you don't have all the other kind of super strengths and, kind of now the market position that Apple has, do you really want to be a company, if you're not Apple, do you really want to be a company that basically sits there and says, yeah, the world's moving and we're very deliberately not going to lean as hard as we can into it? And so I think there's a lot of survivorship bias in these kinds of strategy discussions where people look at the one company that's able to pull this off and they don't look at the 50 other companies that are in the graveyard, because they, because they didn't adapt. I mean, all the other smartphone companies, when the iPhone came out, they were like, oh yeah, well, we could do touch too, right? We'll just, we'll get to it, right? And they're gone.
Yeah, what was it?
What do you
BlackBerry
think?
Bold, I remember, it was like an iPhone knockoff.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Right now people are variety of shareholders are annoyed at Apple around their reaction to AI, LLMs. John's annoyed around just like transcription generally, just like super basic stuff. But it doesn't feel like the core business is immediately threatened today. It feels like it's still on the horizon around these sort of like eyewear-based computing, potentially net new devices that we'll see from companies like OpenAI over time. But where do you like how real is the threat this year versus 10 years from today, and kind of what's your framework?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I think the biggest ultimate danger is very clear, which is just like, at what point do you not carry around a pane of glass in your hand, called a phone? Because other things have superseded it. And, look, everything becomes obsolete at this point. So there will come some time in the future when we're not, carrying phones around, and we'll watch movies where people have phones and we'll be like, yeah, look at how primitive they were, right? Because we'll have moved on to other things, and whether those things are eye-based or the other kinds of wearables, or whether it's just kind of computing happening in the environment, or just entirely voice-based, or who knows what it is, but there will come a time when that happens. Is that time 3 years from now because there's like some huge breakthrough from some company that figures out the product that obsoletes the phone right away, or is that 20 years from now because the phone is just such a standard platform for everything that we do in our lives, and everything else kind of remains a peripheral to the phone? I mean, that's the game of elephants that's playing out there. Obviously, I think it's highly likely that we'll have a phone for a very long time.
Yeah.
Having said that, it is exciting that there are companies that are going directly at that challenge, and whoever cracks the code on that will be the next Apple. And by the way, that may, in the fullness of time, be Apple itself. They may be the company that figures that out.
Yeah, I remember being at a board meeting at Andreessen Horowitz maybe a decade ago or something, and Chris Dixon showed me the HoloLens. And I was like, okay, we're 1 year away from this being everywhere.
Yeah.
And I feel like today I'm still in the VR, it's definitely 1 year away. The next Quest I'm going to be wearing daily. And it feels like we're always there, but it does feel like Apple did a lot of work on the fundamental, pixel density of the resolution of the display. And then Meta's been doing a ton of work on just getting it light and affordable. Like, it feels closer than ever, but you always got to wait until you see the churn numbers until you really call the game, right?
Well, here's the other thing, but I think that's true. But you'd also say, I'm on the Meta board, so I'm kind of a dog in the hunt on this one. But like the Meta Ray-Ban glasses are a big hit.
Oh, totally.
Right, like they're a big. So I think we now have a form factor that we know works. For eye-based wearables. There's not VR, and then VR on top of that. But just the glasses, and then the glasses with camera, sort of integrated camera, integrated microphone, integrated speaker.
Yep.
That's a very interesting platform. The watch clearly works, by the way, which Apple, of course, has played a significant role in making happen. That now sells in huge volume.
Yeah.
So that's the second data point. And then, look, I think I think some form of AI pin is going to work.
Yep.
I also think headphones are going to get a lot more sophisticated, which is already happening.
Yep.
And so you do have these kind of data points coming out, and then look, the $1 trillion question ultimately is, are these peripherals to the phone?
Yeah.
Which is what they are today, or are these replacements for the phone? And I would say I think we have a lot of invention coming, both from new companies and from the incumbents who are going to try to figure that out.
Yeah, I always think about the value of like narrowing the aperture on these new technologies. Like with the Meta Ray-Bans, I feel like the fact that they aren't also trying to be a screen is actually a feature, not a bug. And I always go back to the iPhone. Like, it was first and foremost a phone. And people bought it because it could make calls, and then it could make text messages, and then it was an iPod. But do you disagree with that, please?
Well, you guys, I don't know, you guys might be too young. The first iPhone actually was a bad phone.
How so?
Don't you guys, for the first 2 years, it couldn't reliably make phone calls?
I had like the third one, and a friend had one, but I feel like it was still like people were carrying cell phones, and that was at least the expectation. But yeah, I mean, I guess you're right.
For the first 2 years, it was a classic Apple story, because for the first 2 years, the thing couldn't reliably make phone calls, and then it turned out there was an issue with the antenna and with how you held it, and there was the famous Steve Jobs email.
Yeah, you hold it and you would disconnect it.
You could basically brick the device.
Based on how you held it, and somebody emailed. This is when Steve would respond to emails from random people, and somebody emailed Steve saying, "If I hold the phone this way, it doesn't make phone calls." And he's like, "Well, don't hold it that way."
Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
So even there, it was like, and people forget it took like 5 years for the iPhone to find its footing. It took like 2 years to get the. And remember also, the original iPhone didn't have broadband data.
Yeah.
It was on the old 2G. It was called the AT&T Edge network, so it didn't have broadband data, and then of course it didn't have an app store. Right, it was completely locked down. Right,
so the challenges for Apple now is that people are so used to perfection with the device that launching a product that isn't perfect, like, is embarrassing, right? Like, you look at the Vision Pro, and it's like, well, the battery's big. Steve would have hated this, right? How he never would have shipped this, and that being constrained and not being able to innovate because you're tied to this like impossible standard of being on whatever generation 17 of the iPhone and perfecting every element is a real challenge.
So I would say there's a corollary to that. One of the things I've observed over the years is I think technology products become obsolete at the precise moment they become perfect. And to your point, what I mean by perfect basically is like, it's like the perfect idealized complete product. Like, it does everything you could possibly ever imagine. Everything a customer could imagine, everything you as the technology developer can imagine, it's absolutely perfect. And there's been tons of examples of this over the last 50 years, where it's like the absolute perfect permanent. It seems to be the permanent version of that product, and then it just turns out that's actually the point of obsolescence, because it means creativity is no longer being applied right into that platform. You're just like, there's just nothing else to do. You're just like, you're done. Right, the product has been realized, and then the cycle is what happens. To your point, the cycle is other people come in with completely different approaches, completely different kinds of products that are broken and weird in all kinds of ways, but are fundamentally different. And so that is one of the time-honored traditions. And one of the things you could say about Tim is his willingness to kind of break the mold of Apple only ships perfect products by being willing to ship the Vision Pro. Shows a level of determination to kind of stay in the innovation game.
I like that,
which I think is very positive.
Yeah. That's great.
Updated thinking on open source. Since we last talked, there's a lot that's been
OpenAI is an open source company
yesterday.
again.
Yes, OpenAI is open again.
Yes.
Yeah, look, very encouraging. A year ago, I was very, I was getting very distressed about whether open source AI was going to be allowed.
Yeah.
Right, it was even going to be legal. And I think I think we're basically through that at this point. We're through that in the U.S. We'll see about the rest of the world. And then look, the U.S.-China thing is obviously a big deal, but I think it's been net positive for the world that China has been so enthusiastic about open source AI coming out of China, which has been great. And then look, OpenAI leaning hard into this, and releasing what they did is I think fantastic, both because of what they released, which is great, but also just the fact that they are now willing to do that. And then Elon reconfirmed overnight that he's going to, open source, start open sourcing previous versions of Grok.
Cool.
And so yeah, so we seem to be in the timeline where open source AI is going to happen. Right now, I think what you would say is it kind of lags the leading edge proprietary implementations by 6 months or something like that. But I think that that's a good, if that's the status quo that continues, I think that would be a very good status quo.
What are the rough edges that we need to kind of sand down when we're thinking about Chinese open source models specifically? Is it we need to do some fine tuning on top of them to add back free speech, or do we need to watch for back doors, say it's phone and home if it runs into this specific thing? Like the Chinese open source thing, it was remarkable because I feel like it really does accelerate the pace of innovation because everyone gets to see, oh, this is how reasoning works. I think that's great. At the same time, it made me much more appreciative of AI safety research and capability research and actually being able to interpret what's going on and say definitively this model is going to behave weird in this weird way, like the Manchurian candidate problem. We haven't found any of that, but it certainly seems like something we'd want to keep an eye on. But from your perspective, like what are the risks that we need to be aware of going into a world where China is really pushing hard into open source?
Yeah, there's two, and you identified them, but let's talk about both of them. So the phone home thing is the easy one, which is you can put you can packet sniff a network and you can tell when the thing is doing that, and plus you can go in the code and you can see when it's doing that, and so you can validate that that's either happening or not happening, and I think that that's important. But I think people are gonna figure that out. You can kind of gate that problem practically. The bigger issue is we have this term in the field right now called open weights, and open weights is a loaded term. It uses the open term from open source, but of course with open source the thing is you can actually read the code. With open weights you have just a giant file full of numbers, as you said, that you can't really interpret. And then what you don't have, what most of the open source open weights models don't have, including DeepSeek specifically, what they don't have is they don't have open data, right? Or open corpus, right? So you can't actually see the training data that went into them. And of course, most of the people building models are kind of obscuring what that training data is in various ways. And so when you get an open weight model, the good news is the software source is open. The good news is you can run it on your machine. You can verify that it doesn't phone home, but you don't actually know what's happening inside the weights. And so I think that is going to be a bigger and bigger issue, which is like, okay, how the thing behaves, like, yeah, what has it actually been trained to do? And what restrictions or directives has it been given in the training, that are embedded in the weights that you need to be able to see. I would say this is coming up as sort of, I would say, a global issue, which, we worry about when these models come from China. Other countries worry when these models come from the U.S., right? Which is right. So one of the phrases you'll hear when you talk to people kind of outside the U.S. is kind of this phrase people are kicking around, which is "not my weights, not my culture."
Okay.
Right. Or by the way, for that matter, "not my weights, not my laws."
Yeah.
Right. Which is like, okay, like what actually is this thing going to do? Yeah. Right. And to your point, the Chinese models, for example, might never criticize communism or something. Sure. I can tell you the American models have all kinds of constraints also.
Yeah.
Right. Implemented usually by a very specific kind of person in a very specific location in the U.S.
Yep.
And so I think that this is a general issue, and we're going to have to see basically people's tolerance levels being willing to run open weights models where they don't
Hey guys, I had a